Hello, welcome to the June 25th, 2021 Club Cubase live stream. We'll get started here in just a couple minutes. I'll do a quick audio test on my end. And sorry if there was some confusion with the time. I kind of scheduled it for an incorrect time. But hopefully everyone will be able to get on. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. But just going to do a quick audio test and we'll make sure everything's coming through okay. Okay, so sounds like everything's fine. If for some reason my audio does go out in the middle of a live stream, some people have been kind enough to actually just send a quick email, but that's always appreciated. So let me know. So my name is Greg Undo. I will be the host for the live stream today. If you have not attended a live stream before, is how it works is we can go through and answer questions. You could submit questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de, or we could just simply ask questions in the live chat field. So we'll try to get through as many questions as we can with as completely and succinctly as possible. So, but people's abilities to ask questions often will exceed my ability to actually answer them. So if I fall behind, that's why. And so if we could try to avoid, if you don't get an immediate response, if we could try to avoid asking the same questions repeatedly over and over again, that would be appreciated. When you do ask a question, if you could specify exactly which version of Cubase you're running. So you can say I'm running Cubase Elements 10 on Windows 10, or I'm running, Cubase 11 Pro on Mac OS Catalina. And that information is helpful to work with. That could kind of end some speculation. So, like many of you during pandemic times, my family is at home, so I may get interrupted by my son. You may hear my wife, who's working directly above me as she's doing her conference calls and her work. So I'll apologize in advance for any interruptions. And I just want to give a shout out to a couple of people. So, there's wonderful resources that you have on the official Cubase YouTube channels. But if you wanted to, and I go through after each of the live streams and we do an index. So we will see the index that's going to be posted, and that will have timestamps of all the topics that have been covered directly on the live stream. So you could see that and go directly to that moment in time where the topic is covered. Also, we can, if you wanted to search for previous topics in any of the live streams, since we kind of started our pandemic series and kind of up the quantity, you could go to cubaseindex.com and you could search there, and that will search through, I think we've covered over probably 10,000 questions, and you could search there and that will take you directly to the live stream where it is where it's been covered. So, and we want to thank Jan for that. We also have two people that kind of serve as moderators. So we have Agent K. So most of the time we have a very well-behaved crowd, but occasionally we have a lurker that will get in. So I wanted to give a shout out to Agent K. And also we have Jazz Dude, who does some moderation for us as well. So if we try to keep everything like kind of a civil discussion, that's always appreciated. When we're doing the live streams, also another wonderful resource of information that Jazz Dude is involved with is the Cubase Nation Discord. So that's a wonderful collection of information. So we'll get started here in just a minute or two, and we'll we see some more people getting logged in. Next Tuesday's live stream will be the last live stream of the month. And as far as this year, a tradition that we started, starting with Christmas, is the last live stream of the month. We'll do a 2-hour live stream, and we will take the last 2 hours and do kind of a Zoom meetup so everyone could meet each other and you could hear someone else talk besides myself. So if you want me to send a link to the particular Zoom meetup, just send an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de. I think they're always really enjoyable, and sometimes I get to see people I haven't seen in a while, even though they live. Last time my friend Jim Fox was on, who lives just a couple miles away from me, so it was great to see him. I haven't seen him since pandemic started, but it's always a wonderful discussion, and great time. And those people who have been on a live stream, I think, have all enjoyed it. So we'll get started here in just a minute, and we'll make sure that everyone is going to be asking your questions in the chat field. And we had some questions that, of course, were emailed in advance, but let's go ahead and see if we have some questions. I know it's a little early. We have some people just getting on. All right. So you see we have Fred Robinson from Prague. It's really great to see you. And we have Sir Robert from Atlanta. We have Agent K, of course, serving as a moderator. Robbie Bowling from Dallas. And we have Jeff Sabelski from Chico, California. I hope your heat wave has receded. We have Trance 2020 from Berkshire, UK. All right. All right. And we have Ken checking in from Norway. All right, we have Matt Elston from London. Okay, we have Argy. And occasionally, I apologize in advance, but my chat field, sometimes as I'm going through, my chat field may actually get, may actually have to reset. And I may lose some questions. If I do lose questions, I'll make sure to let people know. So in case they actually need to be re-asked, we could do that. Okay, so a question from Robbie Bowling. Remind me again, how do we make VST the priority in our plugin folders? Not sure if I remember. So you could always distinguish the VST3 plugins. So when you go to instantiate a plugin, so let's come over here just to your inserts. So when we see like these three little hash marks to the right, that would always indicate that they're VST3 plugin. We could go also to your VST plugin manager. And anytime that you would select like a VST effect, you could actually see which version of VST plugin it is directly in the VST plugin manager. So if you wanted to only utilize, the VST3 versions and not the VST2, you could just make sure that the VST2 plugin path isn't active for that particular plugin. A lot of times plugins will actually allow you to determine if you're installing the VST2 and VST3 versions, and you could choose not to install the VST2 versions, which is often what I do on my personal computers. So, but that's how you could distinguish. So you could make a plugin collection. So if you wanted to just make a new empty plugin collection, you could come directly here and be able to create your empty plugin and then just only move the VST3 versions directly over to that. All right. All right, so we see Ken has got a new guitar yesterday and a UR44C today. So this weekend's going to rock ever so slightly. So that's great. So enjoy your new guitar. You have to tell us what kind of guitar you got. So I like to vicariously go guitar shopping through other people. All right. I haven't gotten a new bass in a long time, but in all fairness, I have a lot. Okay, so we have a question from Fred Robinson. So it was Spectra Layers 8 Pro. There's an EQ match, an ambience match, but is there a reverb match or a plan for this use? You have two recordings of spoken word, but they were recorded in different spaces. Thanks. So, what you could do is, take the ambience match, and be able to kind of, take that reverb. So currently there isn't a reverb match I don't know if there's a plan for it, but I could send an email to the developers about that, to the Spectral Layers team, to say that people are wanting that. But I think, between those two, the ambience match, but, so if it was kind of in two different environments, sometimes the ambience match could also work. But sometimes what people will do is, if you have an ambient characteristic, is just kind of, and I know post-production people will do this a lot, is they'll just kind of, do a hand clap or record like a balloon pop, something like that, and take that particular ambience. I know in the United States there's one kind of televangelist, and they use Nuendo. And when they go out and do their remote recording, how they will handle this is they will go and actually just capture an impulse of the particular room. And what they do is they will then just go to reverb as reverence. And once they're in reverence, they'll just import that particular ambience to match it up. So in post, if they have to go and, re-record some dialogue or some audio, they could have it sound like the church that they were traveling to in that particular environment. So people could kind of, record the particular ambience. But I will pass that along to the Spectral Layers team, and I'm sure that Mike Scheibinger, who does the Spectral Layers Hangouts, I'm sure they'll probably be doing a live stream for Spectral Layers 8. So hopefully we can see if we get some information on that. Okay, so we see Richard Fenney just saying, Greg, thanks for all you do. You're welcome. And he's from Montreal. Thanks for joining into live stream. All right, so we see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. So usually that means that the ice cream is starting. So it's always appreciated. Okay, we have a question. Hey, could you do a tutorial on the pitch shift function within direct offline processing? Okay, so let's say if I wanted to, I'll just take a particular loop. Excuse me. All right, just find something a little cleaner sounding. Okay, so we'll take that loop, and let's say we want to just do like some time stretching on it using the direct offline processing. So we will go ahead and we'll just play this particular loop here. Okay, so I'm going to hit go to my direct offline processing from the audio menu. And at this point, I'll just quickly turn off auto apply. Most of the time I would leave that on. And let's go to our processing. We're going to choose pitch shift. So if I wanted to transpose up a particular interval, so say I want to go up a major second. So now I could just hit auto apply, and our loop as we play, it's now been processed. All right, so if we wanted to, undo that, again, we could just come right over here, right click, and we could just choose to delete that particular process. So let's say we go to our pitch shift, and here you could also just kind of choose particular root notes if you need to. So you can say, okay, it's going to be on C3. We could also, if you're doing kind of chordal based music, we could choose to deal with. So we could choose to have algorithms specifically for that. There's going to be different pitch shifting algorithms. So a lot of times these could be set for different, if you're not getting the exact type of function that you're anticipating, you could just simply try switching the algorithms, and these will be for different styles of music. You could also just kind of do previews. Now, once we get into our envelope, we could choose also kind of our range here. So let's say I'll just choose to reset. And if I wanted to just take this audio and change the pitch. So now as we play, we'll hear. So, and let's say if I wanted to change that pitch, but over an octave, but keep that same type of scale. So now we'll hear this. I'm going to choose just another file so we could hear it just a bit better than what we're doing. So hang on just a second. Let me just delete that, and I'll just go to maybe a single note audio file so we could hear some of the pitch shifting maybe a little easier. All right, so I'm going to take this particular file and let me just render it in place so we have an audio file. Okay, so as we listen to this, all right, so so we have just a single note. So let's say if I wanted to do pitch shifting on this, I'll go to my direct offline processing, and we'll choose our pitch shift again. So at this point, so if I wanted it to, let's go back to our range. So if I wanted to go up and down 16 steps, we could do it offline. So you hear kind of the pitch bend in there. But if I wanted to make this, let's say 7 steps, so as we listen to it. So you could do stuff like that. So if you wanted to just change the pitch, so again, we'll go an octave. So here. And there's also different time correction. So if you have this kind of turned off, let's say I'll reset this, and so I'll say, let's go ahead and just do a pitch shift up 1 octave, or I'll just go up, let's say a major third. So now as we do this, we notice that the pitch, the file has changed in length. So at this point, if I wanted to go back, and let's say if we go to our envelope, we can see that once we have time correction on, that could maintain the same time regardless of whatever pitch shift. But if you wanted to say, okay, I wanted this to go down, many people, if you want to do just a quick pitch drop, you could just come right over here and just go. And that way you could go up an octave and down, and so that way you have an octave to kind of work within. But if I take the time correction off, we can see that now that's going to be longer, that the length of the file will kind of be affected by the pitch shift, as opposed to when we enable time correction, it's going to maintain the same exact time of the original, but without that particular on, you could just simply have that when you do the pitch shifting, that the time will change along with it. And the beauty of this is, of course, you could just come right over and be able to undo each particular function just like that and go back to your original file. So. All right, so we just see a question. Will Cubase 11 work on Windows 11? So it doesn't seem, it's all kind of preliminary now. So my understanding is, that a lot of the stuff that would affect Cubase's performance, that the core underlying kernel is pretty identical to Windows 10, but I don't think, since it was just announced yesterday for the first time, I'm not sure if they have a beta version of it yet, but I haven't gotten an official announcement. But generally, if it was going to be like a big problem, I would already have kind of an email warning me about it. So, but I can see if I can get kind of an actual statement of clarity from the Steinberg team on that. All right, wonderful to see Gareth on the live stream and John Costigan. All right. Great to see Jan from Cubase Index. All right. And we have Carlos from Colombia. His question is, how can I update the chord pad scales presets to get more scales and modes? Thank you. So I don't think that there are more. I don't know of a place, and you might be able to find it on Cubase Nation Discord, where there's different presets, but there are a number of presets that are kind of available here. So, but these will be kind of like all your major and minor chords, typical scales. They're probably used in, 99% of Western music. So, but there's a lot of different ones that come there, but I don't know of a particular area where you could actually download additional scales. But I could see if I could actually, I could probably just generate some and have it maybe included with the next version. If there's any particular scales that you want, let us know, Carlos. All right, so we see Carlos Ken's new guitars, an Ibanez RGA 61AL, and it's very purple. So congratulations on your new instrument. Okay, so you see Gareth's going to send me an update to some of the replacement audio files for record I did with him and Pablo and Michael Team. So look forward to getting those. Thanks. Looking forward to listening to it. All right. Just finding my place real quick. Sorry about that. Okay. So we see from Robbie Bowling another question. I saw an upgrade offered for spectral layers, but which version do I have? It was the one that came with Cubase. So the one that comes with Cubase is Spectral Layers 1. And then there's also Spectral Layers Elements and the Spectral Layers Pro. So you could check to see, sometimes I'm not sure if there's updates available from Spectral Layers 1 that comes with Cubase, or if it's just if you have like version 6 or 7 of Spectral Layers Elements or Pro, upgrading to version 8. But the version that comes with Cubase is Spectral Layers 1. Okay, so we have a question from the Monk Beats, and he's in Italy. Is it possible in the mixer to have different zooms between left and right edges and center channels, i.e. the big center and then the edges? So I think that they're going to be, it's going to be kind of one common zoom. factor. So let me just add a number of audio tracks so we can get some more tracks in my mixed console. So I think that the zoom factor will always be set globally for the mixed console. So let's say if we do this, and let's put some of these in, and I'll just take a look at in the large console. And let's say if I wanted to just go to different zones, like I wanted these tracks to be anchored. I think this is kind of where the question was going. And let's say these tracks anchored to the right. That if we could have different zoom factors for each of these zones. So I think it's going to be all identical. But I think what some people I've seen do is just open up like a mix console, because you have 3 different mix consoles. But if you go to mix console 2, that this can be a different zoom factor than mix console 1 or mix console 3. So I've seen some people in that case, just come over here and have certain channels in one mixer that will be wider. And let's say if I wanted to come here, let's take off the left edge. And at this point, we could just have, particular channels that will automatically be wider, and, could have independent zoom levels if you really wanted to. So just by using multiple mix consoles, but I think each mix console is going to be global for the channel width in the mix console would be global. So. All right, wonderful to see Sable Winters on the live stream. All right, reading through comments. All right, so we see Michael Pierce is able to join us. It's wonderful. All right, so we have a question from Jan. Greg, can you also show direct processing reverb? I never get that working as I want. The reverb will be too short because the event is too short. Thanks, Jan. So let's go ahead and just I'll take over just a quick, like a vocal file here quickly. Okay, so when we listen to this, we'll just have
day after day after day.
Okay, and
Remember me.
All right, so let's say if I want the reverb on this particular file.
Remember me.
Okay, so we'll just listen to that.
Remember me.
So I want to do offline processing and have the reverb extend beyond like the channel width, because a lot of times what happens when you do direct offline processing with effects is you could come over here and it could stop directly at the range. So I will open up a plugin, and so I'll just do reverence. So now as we listen to it, let's see if I had
Remember me.
all right, so now we do this and we have our revelation on.
Remember me.
And it will just kind of stop. And this is also can be prominent when we have a delay. So let's say if I do a delay and I just want to have like a mono delay, and so we listen to it, and when it gets to the end of the event,
Remember me.
It just kind of cuts off unnaturally. So if you wanted to do that, what you could do is you have like settings where you could add a tail. So say I just now wanted to have my delay again. So if I just wanted to come over here and let's say process a large reverb. So I'll just come over here to my revelation and now this will automatically,
Remember me.
and I'll just make this like a really large, let's say cathedral. So now I've done that where this had ended right here. We can now adjust our tail size so that it will automatically just put in, extend the effect directly beyond the limitations of the boundaries of the part. So make sure that you come over here and just add the tail. And you could also just extend the processing range if you wanted to as well. So, but just probably adding the tail will do the trick. So if I wanted to do this with the delay, and we have the extended tail, I can just go to my delay effect and we see where the event ends right here at measure 2. And I want to go to my mono delay. And now we see that the length of the part has been extended.
Remember me.
And we could make that extension even longer. So if you wanted to just say, okay, let's just come over here. And I'll just delete that process and let's add the plugin again. So now we could get probably the full delay.
Remember me. Remember me.
And I'll take it off my cycle mode. So with reverbs and delays, it's often helpful just to make sure that you have the tail activated here, and that will allow you to kind of have a more natural offline processing for time-based effects. Okay, so we have a question. If a .move file imports but with black frames only and the thumbnail cache doesn't get created either automatically or manually, media menu on the pool, but its audio track is fine, is this a codec issue? So generally, yes. So that would indicate kind of a codec issue to me. And, if you just Google like video support in, Nuendo, Cubase, Wavelab, Dorico, that, you'll find the codecs and their, and the containers that will work. So that's kind of a classic codec message thread. All right. So we see Millard Brown is able to join us from Pennsylvania. So it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so I have a question. How do I set up a dedicated VST CPU host? I want to run my DAW Cubase 11 Pro on its own CPU, Mac OS, and all plugins on its own CPU, Win 10 OS. I understand this could be done. Thanks. So I think that when you're doing this, there's kind of, the most common, kind of one way of doing it. If you have an audio interface in both computers that has a digital audio connection, like an ADAT or a SPDIF, if you go to your studio setup, you could go to VST System Link and you could activate VST System Link so that we could, and basically, you take the digital audio connection between the two computers. And this would allow you to send 256 ports of MIDI information as well as synchronization between the two programs. So you can send MIDI over to it A lot of audio interfaces may not have digital audio connections. If that's the case, you could use something. Many composers will end up using like Vienna Ensemble Pro, and that's kind of a dedicated VST host program that a lot of composers use, and will just have one computer for their that Cubase is running on, and take an Ethernet connection, I believe, and just simply connect a satellite computer that's running, and it's basically you send it out to the VE Pro interface through the software, and the other programs will run on Vienna Ensemble Pro on the satellite machines. So some composers will have multiple satellite machines, and to be able to do it that way. So those are kind of the two ways. Probably the more common method recently is going to be the Vienna Ensemble Pro. All right, so Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. All right, so we see Willie Chill 786 is just saying Cubase School with the thumbs up. Okay. So I just see a question. Hi, Greg. Sorry if this has been already discussed, but with the release of Spectral Layers 8, will Cubase 11 see any improvements in its included version of Spectral Layers? So I think what we have is kind of a scaled down version of Spectral Layers that comes directly, with Cubase. It's licensed with Cubase. The version 8, I believe that the new functionality is only going to be found in the Spectral Layers Elements and the Spectral Layers Pro version, but it's still like the capabilities that we have with the Spectral Layers 1 that's included with your Cubase license. I don't think that there's been any changes with that reflect new functionality introduced in Spectral Layers 8, so I don't think that we'll see a change to that functionality with the Spectral Layers 1. But if you have, the Elements or Pro, that you could get more capabilities. Okay, so we have let's see, from Carlos, another question. If I choose an A minor harmonic scale in chord pads, lower zone, how can I use that information in Chord Assistant? Because Chord Assistant only gives me natural minor scale information. So it's, you could just choose, in the Scale Assistant. Let's take a look at it one more time, just really quick. Okay, so here, you could choose between harmonic and melodic minor between the two scales. So, that may be, so within the chord, within your, within the Scale Assistant here, you could choose between the, melodic or harmonic minor. So. Okay, so I'm just rereading a question. So if I choose the A minor harmonic scale in chord pads, lower zone, how can I use that information in a Chord Assistant? So if you have the chord pad, so let's say if we have the chord pads here, so you could, instead of using it from the chord pads, try just to set the particular scale. You could just come. So you could choose to use the editor scale, or you could actually kind of define your particular scales here within the scale assistant. So you could tie it to the scale that's derived from the chord track. The chord pad could be independent of that. You could take the chords from the chord track or from the chord pads to a chord track and be able to kind of, take the editor, but you're probably better off just to use the scale editor directly here. And if you wanted to even create, you could set up your own musical scales if you wanted to directly here. So give that a try, Carlos. All right, so we see from Manjeet, I'm a beginner. I would want to learn Cubase in Hindi language. India, can you help me? So I don't speak Hindi, but maybe some other people that are on the live stream might be able to have a resource. So, but I know that the live streams that we do here can often be translated into different languages. So. All right, wonderful to see Peter from Canada. All right. Thanks for all the great questions. So we have a question from Gareth. Could you go through all the options in the audio connections window, i.e. external effects, instruments, group effects? Thanks. All right, so when we go to our audio connections, we're going to have our inputs and outputs. And so we could define the physical connectors of our audio interface into different configurations. So if I have a 2-in, 2-out interface, I could choose to have it a stereo in or 2 additional mono inputs using the same physical inputs and outputs. So that's pretty straightforward. If we always wanted to have, groups that were available, we could choose to add groups here. Or if we wanted to add effects channels, we could add these here. So most people will just kind of right click and add these directly for as the project is evolving. But if you're working with templates, at that point, your templates, you could just have, you say, okay, I always want to have 8 groups. I always want to have, 2 reverbs, 2 delays, of course, as send effects, and you could define those directly within this particular tab. External effects, this is if we have a piece of hardware, outboard gear. What this will allow us to do is to say, I wanted to use this compressor, I have this particular reverb, and as we go into, and we could define its input and output so that we could take a signal, send it out of our audio interface into the hardware unit, take the output of the hardware back into the audio interface or converter, and we could automatically measure that particular delay or how long that path takes, and we can compensate for the outboard gear as well. If we have external instruments like hardware, synthesizers, drum machines, and we wanted to implement those to process them inside of our Cubase environment, so we could use our channel strip and EQs and have all of the automation, very much like a software instrument, we could define these as external instruments so that we could connect the inputs of our audio interface, take the audio outputs from the instrument to the inputs. Our control room will allow us to define like a talkback microphone, so that if we're communicating with people over headphones, you could just simply, have a microphone input. You could have, I think, 6 external inputs for Q mixes or headphone mixes, a dedicated phones channel, and 4 monitor sources that you could have. And again, these are just different ways of defining what the inputs and outputs of your audio interface are, how they're going to be utilized in your session. All right, so we see Richard Chance has a nice comment. Hi, Greg, learned so much from you this month, so that's great. Thanks for letting us know. We hope you're getting along with your Cubase well. All right, we see Michael Teams is just on a case with ice cream today, so that's great. Okay. So we see people asking where Pablo is. I think Gareth may have mentioned that he might be getting ready for a tour or something like that. So he might be in rehearsals. All right. Okay, so I just see a question from Omega Prince: how to make for vocal melody. Um, okay, so I'm not sure if how to make for vocal melody. So if you have a vocal melody, so I'm not sure if what you want to do with the vocal melody. So if we have so obviously the melodies can be recorded as audio. So, but if you wanted to see what the melody looked like of your particular vocal, you could do stuff like, using the included Very Audio. So as we come over here, we could just say, let's just go to Very Audio. And then if you wanted to see your vocal melody, you could do that. But I'm not sure what you say, how to make for vocal melody. So maybe Omega Prince, if you could give a little more information. All right, so we see a question from Andy Lang. Great to see you on the live stream. And she says, I've encountered an issue in Cubase 11 Elements, latest update 11.0.3. The problem was sound looping while playing a sample in the sample track. All right, so let's take a look. So I will just take a particular loop. Okay, so when we come over here, let's say if I just trigger this particular loop. All right, so we should have it just kind of play to the end here. And there are loop settings that you could set. So if you want it to just, so maybe your loop mode here is set maybe to, continuous, where if you just hold the key down, that it might just continue to loop over and over again instead of just doing kind of a one-shot mode. So you can see that as long as I hold the key down, that it's going to actually just continue to play. And then when I release the key from the keyboard, and you can see that on the bottom key of the sampler track, like get my left-handed mouse right here, that we could just, so that will just kind of start. I'm going to real quick. So make sure that you have the loop mode there set. So maybe it's set to continuous or once or until release. I'm going to adjust my my mouse cursor a little larger. Sorry about that. I think it's under accessibility. Bear with me for a second while I just... Okay, so this should be a little easier to follow. Sorry for not doing that before. So let me know if that's what you're running into, Mandy. Okay, just reading through comments. Okay, so we have a question. Hi, is there any way to save presets for mix console? It's a pain to have to set my mix console to be one of just audio tracks and another for buses with every project. Thanks. So if you wanted to, save, the different, let me just open up kind of a bigger project. So let me see if I had one I was thinking of here. Okay. Okay, so if you want to save kind of all of your settings with, a mix console, what you could do is just kind of, let's say if we're in our larger mix console, you could select kind of all of the tracks. So let's say I'll select this, and from the little drop down menu, you could choose to just let's see if I'll just do it with one. It's just groups. And I think sometimes if we have instruments, we just try this project here quickly. And let me add a group to this particular channel. Okay, and let's come over here to so let's say if I unselect my groups, I could come right over here and then save the selected channels. One way that you could kind of, if you want to do this a lot, is let's say, if we saved this, one method of doing this is just to come over here and let's say if we close this, we do a new project. And you could choose to import tracks from project. So we'll come over here to this. And then I'm going to, when we do this, I'm going to select all, and that will include our group, but I'm not going to import the events, but I'll import the channel and inspector settings, and I probably don't want the automation. And now I hit OK, and my mixer is all preserved with groups and channels. So, try to just import tracks, once you have the project saved, and just as we do that, just choose not to import the events and parts, and that way all of your and choose channel and inspector settings, and all your mix console parameters will be carried over with the routing and everything. So give that a try. Okay, so we have a question from the Monk Beats. If I write automation for track 1, Cubase and Project, window opens track 1 volume. Then if I automate track 16 or 32 or whatever, Cubase jumps to the track I am writing. How to keep it fixed on one track? Okay, so let's come here. I think you might have a particular preference on. So let's say I will just write automation for like track 1. Okay. And if I now want to go to track 6 and write its automation and go to track 8 and write its automation. Let me just automate these 2 tracks. So let's say I go to 6 here. And then channel 8, that we're not seeing those particular channels jump, but I think what you probably have is if you go to your automation panel, which you could open up via F6, and go to settings, you may have reveal parameters on right selected. So as I come over here and automate a track, we see that it's going to just automate that. And then when I go to another track that, let's say I'll go to this track, that we see that the automation kind of takes focus away from the first track. So try just going to your automation panel, again, going to F6 and go to settings and try unchecking reveal parameters on right. And that way the other ones won't automatically take focus away from the very first track that you're automating. So give that a try, Monk Beats. All right, reading through comments. Okay, reading through more comments here. All right. Excuse me. All right. All right, trying to adjust my chat field here. Okay. All right, so we have a question from Michael Teams, and since he's so generous with ice cream, we'll, of course, answer for him. So the question is, Greg, if you get tracks that were recorded without a click track or knowledge of BPM, how to use the tracks and get tempo along with proper pitch so they export with tempo and pitch correctly? Okay, so let's go ahead and I think I have a jazz piece we'll kind of do the multi-track version of here. Okay, so if we don't know kind of what the tempo is, let's say as we look at it, we're here. So we have full multi-track. I turn on a click. So no correlation. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select kind of overheads here in the drums. So as soon as so let's just look for, and I could do maybe like, kick or snare. And then I'm going to do my tempo detection. All right, so, and we can see it's going to have fluctuating tempo. All right, so let's say now what I want to do is, once we have that kind of all set up and configured, we kind of know what the time is of the particular file. So, but as we've done our tempo detection, it places it into 1/4 meter. So we may have to just kind of find like where the downbeat is of this particular song. All right, so I think it's going to be maybe right here. So I'm going to now just come over here, and in my tempo track, I'll just make sure that we have snap on. So that's where our 4/4 is. So as we listen to this. So at that point, that will do the tempo detection for you. So that will get the tempo along, and you say, Michael also mentions, and get tempo along with the proper pitch. So they export with tempo and pitch correctly. So at that point, if it's going to be varying in tempo, so a lot of programs may just have kind of a generic, like other programs, I don't think, I'm not sure if they could read multiple tempo stamps per file. So a lot of times it's going to be one static tempo event, but if you have fluctuating tempo events, you could select all the events and go to advanced and choose to set definition from tempo, and that will basically embed the tempo changes of every single beat into the audio file that could be read by Cubase. So but just kind of selecting maybe something like an overhead or kick or snare track, something percussive, you can come up with great tempo detection results there, Michael. All right, great to see Jay on the live stream from Connecticut. All right. Okay, so we have a feature request from Jay from Connecticut. Would you please send in a feature request for them to add bandpass EQ options, which provide grain control, so that we may work on injecting granular textures. So, the one thing, Jay, you could kind of work with this if you wanted to just to get a sense, let's say, is if you use, for sound design functions, check out Pad Shop 2. So let's go ahead and just take just a quick sound here. I'll take kind of maybe just a quick atmospheric kind of sound. Okay, so let's say I want to take that. And if we open up just an instrument track, go to Pad Shop. And, Pad Shop is a granular synthesizer, and you could just drag that particular file over. So let's say and I'll just go ahead and I'll start with just kind of a preset here, but you could take kind of any type of sound, you could just drag and drop right into it. So let's say, and be able to adjust and kind of work with the different granular options. I'm not an expert in Pad Shop. You could spend kind of But this is kind of what Pad Shop will allow you to do. So definitely kind of play around with Pad Shop. And different filters. So, definitely if you haven't played around with Pad Shop 2, you could do that, and you could drag and drop any sample directly into it. And there's also kind of granular synthesis inside of Halion as well. So check out what's available in Pad Shop 2 already. All right, so we see for Gareth, the group plus FX connections is a revelation today. All right. Okay, reading through. All right, so we see a question from Ted Springman. Would wide variations in pitch of an audio to MIDI extraction, say a singer's glissando up an octave, be handled as one MIDI note along with enough fine pitch bend data to accurately match source? So yeah, if you wanted to kind of do that for vocals, so say if I just wanted to jump back maybe to our saxophone. So let's say as we wanted to do sample editing on our saxophone here, or very audio editing. So once we get into your functions and you choose extract MIDI, at this point you could have the pitch bend. There's different settings for just pitch bend. So, and one of the things that we have with VST3 is a much more accurate tuning curve. So if you wanted to have a note that kind of glissandoed up, you could choose to have, for maybe if you're emulating it not on a VST 3.5 or higher instrument, you could just do kind of continuous pitch bend data, but you can get like really accurate results just using kind of the pitch bend curve and the VST 3 tuning curve. So you could, play around with those settings in your pitch bend range. So at that point, play around with those particular settings, but you can get some highly accurate pitch bend information translated to MIDI, especially with like Halion Sonic or Halion. Okay, so we have a question. Is there a setting to make my QSend set up automatically when adding a new track? I set up all my tracks and my artist has an idea in the vocal booth, so I add a track and forget QSend. So I don't think that there's a way to kind of automatically take to have the QSend on. To automatically be added to that. So I'm trying to think if there's, if you're adding a new track. So let's say if I wanted to copy, let's say if we have our QSends set up here, and I quickly wanted to add. So let's say this is where our QSends are. And I wanted to add another track with the QSends. So I think that there might be a macro for this. Let's take a look. that comes with it, where I think we could like duplicate selected tracks without data. So maybe if you come right over here, this is an included macro. So if I do that, let's take a look at the QSend. So on that QSend track, so if you just add that particular track, that will, for the new track that you want to record on, at that point, you should be able to, if you duplicate it from an existing track, you could just simply carry the QSends over with that without having anything, and try to rename it before you record something on it. So I don't know of a way to automatically take the particular, like adding a new track and have that automatically be set with, because that could get you into trouble as well. So it's could be a risky assumption. But as you add the new track, if you duplicate and then choose to, duplicate the track without adding data, that could help you with that. All right, great to see Tim Weinheimer. He has nice kudos for his Spectral Layers 8 manual. So, all right, so Michael Teams wants people to jump on the like button or no more ice cream, he's threatening. So, all right, so we have a question. Does Halion 6 have an auto sampler function similar to Apple Mainstage, which will automatically trigger and record a range of notes and round robins from a MIDI instrument? So I'm not familiar with the Apple Mainstage function, but let's say, so if you want to automatically trigger and record a range of notes and round robins, let me just... Okay, so I think I may have a project that's kind of set up for this. Let me just... Okay, so when we have an instance of Halion set up here, so let's say if I just wanted to all right, so let's say if I wanted to record this out, so I just want to make sure so automatically trigger and record a range of notes and round robins from a MIDI instrument. So once I'm here in Halion, if I wanted to just trigger, so I have this sound here. Let's say if I wanted to trigger that, what we could do is we could activate kind of the sidechain input from Halion, and I will just, if we come over here, we could just choose to have kind of different kind of window sets here. So let's say, sorry, let me just I haven't done this in a while. Okay, so I will come over here to the sample recorder. And now if I wanted to just, record directly in, we can say, okay, I just wanted to record input. I want MIDI note on, MIDI note off. So as I want to record, I'll just kind of hit a particular range of notes. So I'll just click this into record. So say, And let's see if I may have to just. Oh, let me just set my MIDI in for Hallian too. Okay, I think this may. So now I just hit the notes. And then this will automatically map the notes that were extracted from the MIDI note on message. So we can see that, okay, we hit F, G, A, B, C. So those are automatically embedded directly in. So if you're talking about kind of doing samples, and then once you have the samples in, um, you could now just turn this into a program. So that's how, if you wanted to create kind of a really massive, I have 16 sounds and now I just wanted to play one voice, I could just simply enable MIDI on all of the sources, and the MIDI information would then sample that sound directly into Hallian. At that point, you could do different velocity layers. So if you wanted to do that, or if you wanted to keep the same pitch and do round robins, you're able just to sample directly inside of Hallian, just kind of that easily. So let me know if that's what you want it to do, Richard. So with that. All right, so we have Graham checking in from Royal Wooton Bassett in the UK. Thanks for joining us. So to see, thanks to Greg Norton from Augusta. Stoked over my new Spectra Layers Pro 8 acquisition. Can you explain Formant and how you use it? So I haven't really played with it, but I'll give it a shot here quickly. Let me just see if I could. Okay, so I haven't tried this out yet, so I'll take a stab at it and see if this weekend is when I get to learn Spectral Layers 8 myself. So problems of going on vacation a week before a release. All right. Just see if it's in one of the. Yeah, if I will, instead of me kind of searching for it and kind of wasting everyone's time, but I could make a point to do it on Tuesday's live stream. So I'll make a note for, showing the Formant feature in Spectral Layers 8. So sorry about that. Okay, just reading through more comments. So you see Ventura Music just came here to say that PreSonus is a better buy, like BYE. So I guess, I don't know if you're saying goodbye to PreSonus, if it's better to say goodbye to that. So But thanks for joining us in the live stream. So just see a question, what music editor is that? So the one we've been using, I'm not sure if it was a particular thing, but the one we've been using is Cubase. So if it's a particular thing, particular editor function, let me know. I'd be glad to give more information if you give some more context to it. All right, so we see Gareth has some chores to do. So Michael Teams wants people to hit the like button. All right. So I see Jeff Sabelski is asking who played guitars on the Voodoo Leche. So I think it was Michael Teams and Gareth. All right, and it's great to see Fab on the live stream. All right, so we see a question from Ted Springman. How to disable the Mac's F button function so Cubase F keys work properly? So if you come over here to the system preferences, to keyboard. So let's go to keyboard, and then there is the use F1, F2 keys as standard function keys as well. So you could just simply use that. And some of the shortcuts are also, if you go to shortcuts and keyboard, some of these will, be called. So I think when we go to like F11, there's another area. We did this for Michael Pierce. I found this out for him, that if you go to, there's additional settings for the keyboard as well. So like F11 is something that's automatically, it isn't included with the F1, F2, F3. So I'm trying to remember if I could remember where that was. We did this. You could search for it on the Cubase index site. But it is like another preference. Maybe it's under accessibility. See if I can remember. But there is another preference if you just Google how to get your F11 key back on Mac, where you could just simply turn, where you could kind of get all of your, function keys back. All right, so we see from Chase Bethia. Hi, Greg. Do you know if the new verification without a dongle will be on a server? What if we cannot connect to the server? Will there be an option to have a dongle in case we cannot open our sessions? So I haven't been kind of briefed on what the new license management system is going to be based on. So, I know that they obviously, are going to, make it kind of as seamless for situations so that we're not taking a step back by losing the USB-E licenser. So I know that's in their considerations from the start of discussions with it. So as soon as I have some more information, I'll be sure to share. All right, so a question from Razel. When I drag a MIDI pattern from Groove Agent pad to arrange window, only hi-hat MIDI note is one octave down in wrong place. I changed drum map, but no difference. All right, so let's go and add just a quick groove agent. So the one thing that could kind of mess this up could be, so say if I drag over a particular pattern, um, all right, so let's say, all right, so if I come here, I think if we, all right, so let's say, I'm just going to drag this over here. Okay, and I'll go ahead and just play. But there is, let me just find kind of, there's one setting in Groove Agent that may help you with this. Let me just see if it's under. I thought it was over here where it's basically like an exclusive device port for the patterns. Okay, so try this. So try going to the little settings, and then where you see exclusive, no, pad exclusive, it's somewhere else that thought it was down here. But there is like a setting for like pattern, like an exclusive port for the pattern mode. And I think you want to activate that. Let me just see. I thought it was over here somewhere. It's not. Just looking for that. There's just a little. Let me just see if it's. But there is like a reset, like basically a way to add an exclusive device port, and I'm sure it'll come to me or someone else can mention where it's at. But once you have the set device port, and basically that gives you one device port for the pattern and one for the sounds. So you could just simply, not have those two kind of interact with each other. So I think once you find that one, and I thought it was somewhere like over here, and I'm just having a brain cramp on it currently. But if you have kind of the exclusive device port for patterns, I thought it was there somewhere around here, but it's eluding me now. But I think if you find that will help you Razel and kind of get you all set up. All right. So, Nuendo question: how difficult is it to do an Atmos mix from stems with just headphones? So it's, if you're doing just headphones, it's kind of the Wild West with that. You can run the, ambi decoder and run it through like a binaural decoder. I wouldn't say that it's going to translate, going from, 12 speakers to headphones. There's no algorithm that will accurately translate that. So I would say if you're going to be doing Atmos mixing and you intend to do that, that I wouldn't rely on headphones, but I would use headphones as a reference because that's what a lot of people would be doing. But all of my friends are doing Atmos work, or have like a 714 monitoring system, and then often doing all the critical mixing there and then sending it back. Like I was just in a meeting with Mike Mansour, who's a mastering engineer in Nashville, and we're discussing this, and he's still like, doing it in normal headphones. He's like, it still doesn't sound like it's behind me or above me. And I can't get that with kind of on headphones at this point with any of the technologies. So I would say, Ted, if you're looking to get into Atmos mixing, invest in kind of a proper Atmos monitoring system. All right, so you see Michael Pierce is going off to do tutoring. He's probably doing like trigonometry again, something really smart like that. So you see Ted Springman was sharing about, putting a tarp over your shed to lower the temperature. So that's good. And Richard Chance is looking for information on that. I know some people just go grass on the top of their roof. A lot of buildings in Germany do that. All right, so I got 2 scoops of blackberry ice cream for my help with Michael Teams' question. Thank you. All right, reading through more comments. Thanks for all the great questions. So Graham Witcher is recommending everyone check out Sable Winter's YouTube channel. So she's a wonderful singer. I'll concur. Okay, so just see how to master a track. So if we have kind of dedicated mastering programs, but if you want to utilize some of the mastering capabilities that are found inside of Cubase, because a lot of it could really depend on what your definition of mastering is. So, but let's say if I wanted to just take a quick look. Let's say if I have like a 2-track source and I wanted to be able to apply processing on it, we'll show some of that. So let's say I have this track and I want to do some processing. So even with just some of the built-in processing, I could jump to my EQ. And say I wanted to even just do, let's say I'll activate my pre-section, turn this on. Want to get rid of some of the low-end rumble. Turn the click off. It's getting annoying. Then if you wanted to, run it through could also run it through like a magneto. And there's different maximizers. So if I just wanted to even where we were, and we could do it just a channel strip. You know, some other processing you could really kind of get into also if you look under dynamics. You know, don't be afraid to, even though squasher could be intended for you know, more tame or more aggressive EDM stuff. There's also some, like, okay, I just want to put a little master bus glue on it. A multi-band imager. So if you just go to the imager plugin, so I can say I want the highs to have a little more width. And let's say I wanted to come here and get my under EQ. Let's pull frequency. And then you could also just come over here if you want to put it into dynamic mode. Where we could just compress those particular frequencies. And if you wanted to just hear exactly kind of what you're doing. So those are a couple of things you could do for kind of mastering, and then always people will end with like a maximizer or a brick wall limiter found under dynamics. And you get some great results. And Jazz Dude's pointing out just kind of a great shortcut if you don't know this one. So it's good to say if I just have this particular part selected, I could just, let me just cut this. That if you just do this and if you hit Alt or Option P, that it will just play and loop that particular selection. So if I have this kind of cut multiple times, so you could just select and hit Alt P, and that will just select that section and loop it. And so it's a great keyboard shortcut to be aware of that a lot of people forget. All right, so we see Jazz Dude's mentioning, we discussed today in Dash Glitch's live stream how many hours he might have invested into Cubase until today. More than 10,000. So, yeah, you could do it pretty easily. So it's great for him. All right, reading through comments. Thanks for all the great discussion and all the great questions. Okay, so just seeing, so from Richard Chance is, yes, Greg, the right idea on Hallion, although main stage will trigger notes automatically and can set variable intervals, velocity layers, and round robins and leave as background task feature request maybe. So if you wanted to do that, what I see a lot of people do is just create a MIDI, like a Cubase event. So, and you could get like really extensive with this. So if you wanted to do like the sampling in Hallion, is that you could just add like a MIDI track, and or an instrument track, whatever you want. So at this point you could say, and I think I have one set up on my other computer that I travel with. But I just set it up where, so let's say I come here and I do this maybe in the drum editor. So if you wanted to kind of automate the whole process, I think I have it, we'll just say set for quarter notes. So let's say I do this and I can scale the velocity. So I could do like 8 velocity levels for each note. Let me just so we could just kind of scale velocity. So, and you could set up a MIDI track just to kind of play notes at different velocity levels and just play that MIDI part. And that MIDI part could then send the MIDI information directly into Hallion to trigger it. And at that point, you could have one particular MIDI part and that could be used to make your own sample instruments. So, but, just set up each pitch with different velocity values, and you may have to adjust the tempos. So let's say, you wanted to give more space between them. Let me just undo that. So let's say, okay, now we come right over here and say, okay, I wanted to sample C in 8 velocity values. I wanted to sample C sharp at 8 velocity values. And you could just play this out, and feed that MIDI information directly into Hallion. And that will kind of automatically just do your different pitches and samples. So it's really just kind of making a part, something like that you could do in, 5 minutes and keep that part and use it kind of however you want inside of, and trigger that and do the kind of automate the whole process of sampling, and you have consistent velocity levels as well. So. All right, so reading through. Reading through comments. Okay, so we see Sable Winters is Cubase for life, so that's great. All right, so Michael Teens is giving information on some of the tracks for Hot Mess, who played what. It's a fun project to play bass for. Right, reading through more comments. So. All right, so Taylor Sapp is checking in late. Great for you to join us. So I see a comment from Sable Winters. She says, Cubase is intimidating. I'm often afraid I'll mess something up when I walk away from it an hour or so to clear my head. So, you're not going to set off a nuclear bomb or anything. So, and there's unlimited levels of undo. So it should be good. Okay, reading lots of great discussion. Seeing some references to Tower Power. So it's a great band to see. All right, still reading through comments. All right, so I see Jazz Dude posted a link that might fix my yeah, so just seeing the link that Jazz Dude posted about the Groove Agent, and I thought that was where I was looking, but let me just take a look at it with another quick source here. So let's say we go to Groove Agent SE. I'm just reading the manual here. All right, so it says it's in the lower left-hand corner. Okay, so I think maybe, and this is for Razel, that if we, okay, so yeah, so let's say it's for the acoustic agent. Thank you, Jazz Dude, for sharing the link. And this is kind of subtle, but just try clicking here on I was in the right area, but just try click on this icon here. And that will give you kind of the exclusive mode for the device for the pattern ports. So before you drag, just try clicking on that little MIDI icon directly there. All right, thanks, Jazz Dude, for finding that and Googling it. All right, so John Costigan's posting some of his projects on Bandcamp, so we'll have to go check those out. Thanks for sharing. Okay, reading through comments. Okay, so to see, after you brought up Pad Shop for granular synth, I started watching some tutorials. I noticed a tab by Arpeggiator for effects, but I can't seem to find videos on Pad Shop FX. Please cover. So let's see if we can find it here quickly. And there are a number, I think Gary Gibbons has done a number of Pad Shop videos that you could check out on the Steinberg site. From Online Music Foundry, and also does like wonderful presets for it. So check out some of his libraries. Okay, so notice a tab by Arpeggiator for effects, but I can't seem to find videos on Pad Shop. So when you go over here to your effects, this will allow you to have, different effects. So you could have, so once you just kind of come right over here, so you have your delay, modulation effects if you want it chorusing or phaser, flanging, and EQ. So as you kind of come over here, you could have, different delay effects. So once you kind of come over here, and you have the arpeggiators, which is pretty similar to a lot of the Steinberg arpeggiations, but and this is one that Gary Gibbons actually did. He was kind enough to come over and do a free kind of sound set for when COVID started about a year ago. But just kind of give you an idea of some of the capability. But if you go to the effects section here, you can just have like your global reverb, and if you wanted to do, you wanted to now just come over here, let's add maybe a delay on it. So yeah, just kind of, but Gary Gibbons has done a number of tutorials, so you could check out some of those. Okay, so we have a question from Sean McCabe. Can you explain the different snap options? How do the different options change how Snap responds? I'm having some problems where the start of an audio part is sometimes snapping off the beat. All right, so let's take a look. Okay, so let's come over here. I'll just do a quick. Okay, so I'll come and let's snap this directly to our grid. All right, so we can see right now I have this set to snap. So snap can be turned on and off by hitting the letter J on a computer keyboard. So now I could place this event to start freely anywhere that I want. But if I turn snap on, we could have the snap set to grid, and we could have different grids depending upon your master timeline. So if I want it to be set to the bar, this will only snap to the beginning of the measure. So either measure 336 or 337. If this is set to beat, at this point, it's going to snap only to 336 beat 1, 2, 3, 4, 337 beat 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So if we move that, and then we could also use our quantized value. So let's say we have our quantized value set to 16th notes. or we could choose to have this be adapt to zoom. So if we're kind of zoomed out, this way it's only going to snap at the bars. But if we're zoomed in, which kind of makes sense, it'll snap to smaller intervals. Now we see that we're snapping directly to musical divisions, but if I wanted to come over here and set this to seconds, my values change from bar beat quantized to 1 millisecond, 10 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds. So now it'll snap to 100 milliseconds or 1,000 milliseconds, 1 second, as opposed to bars and beats. But if I go back to bars and beats, now it'll do that. Now, and we could do that for SMPTE time code, and all of our different time formats. Now, some of the other snap options that you'll have, so this is grid. So let's say if I take my snap off and I was a little bit ahead of the beat here. So let's say just slightly ahead of the beat. And I set this to grid relative. Now it will snap when we do this, and it's going to keep kind of that same offset. So since I was slightly ahead of the beat here, I'll be slightly ahead of the beat, but move it by the snap amount that we have set to bar. So that's what grid relative is. So if I'm a little early, which sounds like the scenario that you described, Sean, it's probably set to grid relative. So now if I set this to grid, it's only going to snap directly to the grid. And if I'm a little early or a little late and I set this to grid relative and enable this, it'll now always be a little late, but still the same interval of the snap. If we go to events, so say if I have this event and we had it duplicated a couple times, and these events are not really on the grid. So let's say I have this here and this long. So now as I snap, it'll just snap directly to the event. So regardless of what the time isn't really a matter. It's just going to be based upon the actual event. So I'm going to colorize these probably for the next one. And this is what shuffle mode does. So let's say I want to just kind of switch the position of this part and this part. So as soon as I drag this to the front, those two will just kind of swap. If I drag this to the end of that, I could just say, boom, we could just kind of swap these events. And that's what shuffle mode will allow you to do. And there's also snap to cursor. So if I say, okay, I just want that to automatically snap to wherever the cursor position is, we could do that. So those are some of the different snap options, and you could get different combinations of grid plus cursor, events plus cursor, or grid plus events plus cursor. So it sounds like what you had it set to, if it was always off, that it could be maybe it's the wrong time format. So sometimes people will, they'll be moving it and they may be snapping to time as opposed to bars and beats, or you're set to grid relative as opposed to grid. All right. All right, so we see Kevin Mehmed. So great to see you on the live stream. When will Cubase Hangouts go to Windows 10? So so the Hangouts or the live streams you could watch on Windows 10 just by going to probably as you're watching it now. So you could actually just watch through YouTube. So I'm not sure if it's if that's what you mean by your Windows 10, but you could run on Windows 10. I'm viewing it on a Windows 10 machine as I'm doing it. All right. And if you've learned something new, make sure that you do hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that. All right. Reading through more comments. Thanks for all the great questions. Okay, so I just see when I record a MIDI from my keyboard, it shows in Cubase an octave lower. So there could be a couple things. One is you might just hit the octave key on your particular computer keyboard. So let's say if I go to my MIDI monitor, so there's a couple ways that we could solve this. So if I just come and let's say here I hit a note at C1, but if I hit the octave key on my controller up, if I hit it twice, it's C3. I hit the octave down, it's C2. I hit the octave down again, it's C1. Hit the octave down again, it's C0. So you could just adjust, probably transpose directly from your controller keyboard. If you don't have that capability, you could just go to, so let's say right now we're at C1. All right, so I'll just play higher, let's say at C3. Okay, but now if I wanted to go to MIDI modifiers, and if you don't see that, right click in your inspector, and then you could just choose to transpose here. So that even though I'm playing C3, it's coming in as C2. So you could try to do it that way, but most MIDI controllers will have a octave transpose, and you may just have to, probably the best solution is just to switch it directly from the switch it directly from your controller, but you could use the MIDI modifiers transpose function as well. Okay. Okay, so just see a comment. Diamond drum editor note is too big. All right, so let's take a look. So if I have my drum editor note here, so these can obviously be resized. So let's say if I just hit Shift G or Shift H, we could zoom in vertically and horizontally on the drum editors to change the size. So if it's too big like that, just try hitting Shift G, and that will allow you to zoom in and out kind of vertically, or Shift H. So you could do G and H. So it's G and H, Shift G, Shift H. So you could kind of just, based on your zoom level, the size of the diamond in a drum editor will adjust accordingly. All right, so I just see from James Bond, delete PC and LSB and MSB. So if you want to delete those particular functions, you could do it in the list editor, but one way to also do it is just to go into the logical editor. So if you wanted to do this, and there may even be a preset for this, we just Okay, so there's delete patch changes. Okay, so yeah, if you just come over here under standard set 2, you'll see delete patch changes. So if you do that, that would automatically just delete your program changes and your MSB LSB value. So just look under standard set 2, and then you'll see delete patch changes as a preset. See, lots of people are getting anxious to drink beer, so it is Friday, so I won't tell anyone. All right, just reading through different comments. So thanks for all the great discussion and questions. So it's a great comment from Jeff Sabelski, which is how I kind of like this format. So welcome to all the new Cubase users, and I ask a few questions as you are asking. Some of the best questions are great reminders to some of us that have used Cubase for years. So yeah. All right, Sable Winters wants people to slap the like button. Okay, so we have a question from Samir. Hi, Greg. Can you show how to change the track/channel color scheme intensity? All right, so let's say if I wanted to, let's take a look at, we'll say I'll just do this event. So if I wanted to change the color, so I could select the color of the track, and that will colorize the event. If we want it to go to our, I think it's under project, and we had the project colors set up. If you now wanted to just double click, we can get kind of a color wheel. So if you wanted to kind of change the intensity here of the colors, you're able to kind of select whatever kind of color scheme that you want to work with. You could also, if you wanted to add more colors and additional tints per color. So if you wanted to have 128 colors, you could just apply that. And now when you go, you could have, more color choices just like that. Okay, so see question, Greg, what is your top of your wish list for new Cubase functions? I'm always pretty proactive in communicating not only comments that we get on these live streams, but also stuff that I run across. I've been trying to get a lyric track for a long time. I think that would be interesting, but I haven't really had much success in kind of lobbying for that particular feature. Sometimes there's, like paths and stuff that's, kind of charted out, like, 4 or 5 versions are going to do this in this round. So, but I guess maybe a lyric track would be one thing, but now probably some other company will do it. but that's just one that I would like to see as well. That would be kind of a unique marketing thing and something that's not really offered in a lot of programs. All right. So we see Zofo is saying everything I do in Cubase sounds like it was made for the Knight Rider TV series. Yeah. So my son just watched his first episode of Knight Rider yesterday. He saw a reference to it in Mythbusters, I think. So you just see from Kevin Mehmed, all the drop down menus are different on the Mac. Apple software, I use Windows 10, but always thank you for all the help over the years. So it's really, we have a Cubase menu where we can see the About Cubase and the preferences and quit, but all the other menus are really identical from file to hub. Are really identical between Mac OS and Windows 10. So it should be pretty similar for you, Kevin. All right, reading through questions. Hello, I don't know if my questions is asked already. Any problems with the new update 11.03? Does everything runs okay? So it seems like everything has been fine with it. So I've been running it for a little bit and I haven't had any issues. I think it resolved kind of a lot of under the hood features that may not be super apparent, but there's always general stability improvements. All right, so we have a question. Does Cubase have OSC, Open Sound Control? So I don't think it has it directly. I know a lot of people use Touch OSC as an app, but I know that's kind of different. But it may be able to be used as like through a VST plugin interface. I'm not terribly familiar with OSC. I think I knew I had a friend that did like public relations for them for a long time, but that's about all I know of them. Okay, so to see, is Michael scheduled to do any Spectral Layers hangouts? I'll send him a message and see if he has any Spectral Layers hangouts. Let me see if I could do it. If I think I have his email address on my monitoring computer here. If you could bear with me just a second. And I'll see if I can message him now real quick while we're on a hangout. No time like the present. All right, so I'll just send him a quick email right now and see maybe we get an answer during the live stream. Okay, so I just sent Mike Scheibinger an email, so hopefully we'll get it. Maybe we'll get it. Be lucky to get an answer during our live stream. Okay, so I just see a question from Fred Robinson. If I switch from Cubase to Nuendo, what do I lose apart from the money? The only thing that's not present in Nuendo from Cubase is going to be VST Transit, which is kind of an online collaboration service. So that's really the only thing that's in Cubase that's not in Nuendo currently. So. Okay, so I just see I'm kind of going back. I just saw a comment from Cornelius, and maybe if you could write it again or send me an email. I'm waiting 5 months for a comment or improvement on this. Please advise. Thank you. So I think I may have missed the comment on it that you originally sent. So I'm just kind of scrolling back and I don't see the comment. So maybe Cornelius, if you could just ask your question again, we could probably still get to it in this live stream. But yeah, please ask your question again. So without context, I don't really, can't really help much. Sorry about that if I missed your question earlier. Okay, so just see a question. Is there a way when using an external monitor with a laptop to get the project window to fill the screen properly? No matter the resolution choice, I can't get it to fit. So sometimes, when I've seen that happen, so what you're seeing now is an external monitor. So I just usually hit the maximize button. Some monitors, though, you may have adjustments where you could actually, where you could kind of choose to scale, like, where maybe the whole screen is kind of not visible. So there could be settings on the monitor that are, you might have to kind of adjust or kind of truncate the sides or top or bottom so that all the functions can be utilized. So it could be something like that where, it's often like, you may have like little controls on your desktop monitor that you could choose to extend or truncate the sizing of the events. So I would check that. But generally, once you maximize the window, it will be able to kind of utilize the full screen. And that's what it's doing for me on all of my computers, Mac or PC. And also, if you're on PC, one thing to check out is, there are a myriad of different combinations of high DPI. But if you go on PC, and this is different from PC and Mac, and if you go to General, you'll see use high DPI mode, and you'll see high DPI scaling options since 11.02. So you could also try to adjust those particular settings. All right, so you see a great comment from Jeff Sabelsky. He's like, I find two modes that ebb and flow and wish they'd concur at times: creative musical progress / composition, and learning all pertinent tricks needed for a more prompt final finish. All right, so I got a response from Mike Scheibinger. Okay, so look for a Spectral Layers live stream on July 10th. So look for that. Okay. So July 10th for a Spectral Layers live stream. Okay, so we have a question from Ted Springman. What ADR features would be better in Nuendo versus Cubase? All right, so Cubase, I wouldn't say has a dedicated ADR functionality, but let's look at some of Nuendo's really quickly. Sorry, let me just. All right. So thank you, Michael Teams, for emailing me. I'm going to do a quick test here. Let me just make sure everything is okay. I'm just going to do a quick monitor. Okay, so just bear with me. I think we'll be back in just a second. I'm just going to monitor here just for a moment. And I'm just going to wait a second, and I'm just going to monitor the signal. And we have about a 30-second delay here. Okay, so, all right, so we see the sound is back. Okay. Okay, so when we do this, thank you, Michael Teams, for emailing me. All right, so I'm going to mute that. All right, so thanks for the prompt notification. So just thank you for that. So again, with our ADR, we set up different cycle markers, and these cycle markers are kind of the basis for this. We could go into the video settings and we could see, you know, again, if we wanted to be counter primary swipes, if we wanted to be swipe to center. All right. So, and now, so if I wanted to just listen to this, and she wanted to replace her line because we recorded too much of the fan above her.
Help me.
So I could say, let's just swipe to the center. We could always show dialogue. So at this point, we could now just
Help me.
take a look at that. So it could swipe to center, or we could do counters.
Help me.
Or if we wanted to, you know, invert the counter, we could do stuff like that as well. So we're going to go 3, 2, 1,
Help
record
me.
the line. So these types of functionalities, and let's say you want, you know, you have generally almost like a spreadsheet of all of these cues. And at this point, you could just say, okay, let's go to this cue, and we need to record the dialogue at this point. So, you know, we could do a rehearsal. And then we could record. And then you could review. So this way, just kind of just like a purpose-built ADR solution. So if you're doing like, you know, 100 lines, 500 lines in a day, these types of things can really, you know, expedite the whole workflow. And that's one of the things Nuendo is, you know, pretty phenomenal at, is handling those ADR tasks kind of with ease. So Cubase doesn't have an equivalent of that for ADR. So let me go back to Cubase now. So thanks again for your questions, and let me know my audio went out. Yeah, and I see with the question about the video not being fully displayed, it's like overscan or underscan on the monitor, so that's probably the correct term. All right, so I see Cornelius's comment says, I requested an update for better implementation of controlling Cubase with my external MIDI controllers because it is really not working with generic remote. So I think that might be a theme that I think has been discussed in some of the forums, but it might not be coming into Cubase 11 life cycle. So a lot of times, you know, a major feature like that is going to be implemented perhaps in a new version, would be my guess, and just kind of looking at the history of things. So you might have to be just, you know, a bit more patient and realize that, you know, like a complete overhaul of the, MIDI control functionality may not come in a maintenance release, but I know that the developers are aware of that. But if you could let me know, because I've been doing a lot of stuff with the generic remote, kind of mapping out a stream deck, and it's been pretty comprehensive. It does kind of more than I thought it would. So if you have any particular problems, Cornelius, let me know that you're having with the generic remote. But it is pretty extensive. But let me know if there's particular things. But I wouldn't anticipate like a major new feature like that coming in a maintenance release. So just some FYI there. Okay, so we see a question from Keith Young. Hello, Greg. I've dragged a drum loop into a project. Is there a way to manipulate the individual parts or make it so? Hope that makes sense. Thanks. All right, so let me just open up project, and we can show you some things that you could do with drum loops to help manipulate it a little bit. Thanks again for all the wonderful questions. If you learned something new, make sure you hit the like button. Okay, so let's say I have a generic sounding drum loop here. So there's a couple of approaches. One is, if we have your sampler track. So let's say we start this. Let me just turn Snap on. So if I wanted to start this right on the grid, I could drag this to a sampler track and then click on Slice. And now what it's done is it's sliced each of the transients here. And then I have this MIDI information, and I could drag this to a particular file. So okay, so I think this is my sampler track that I put it on. So now I could have my original drum loop here. And let's say we'll just play this. So when we look at this, it's really going to be just kind of, the same type of information, and it sounds the same. But what I could do is, let's say I just wanted to see, okay, so let's say I'm here and I want to look at the particular notes, and I wanted to be able to just change the loop up. And at this point, I could scientifically, just using my left and right up and down keys, so we could have kind of our original loop play. Then I could get kind of a natural musical variation. So you could do it with a sampler track. If you have, an instance of Groove Agent. So let's say I'll just do a blank instance here. And I go to the instrument pads. Groove Agent can have a little more capabilities with this. So I could drag it to an instrument pad. So we could hear kind of our drum loop, and we could trigger with different velocity values. But if I go to Slice, we could say create slices. And now each pad has been automatically created here. So each slice is now on its own pad. So I could say, I wanted to take this kick, and let's go to, for this particular pad, I want to take this kick, or let's say, okay, so I want to take that snare, and I just wanted to pitch that snare up. And let's pitch this snare down. And let's say I wanted to take that sample that last sample there, and let's just get creative with it. So let's say we go to main, and I just want it to, let's say if I go to sample here, I could just reverse that last snare. So now if I wanted to drag this loop out, it's created a pattern pad for us, and I could drag this out. So I'll just drag it directly to my timeline here. So now I could pitch each individual sample and have like individual modification when using Groove Agent. So there's two different approaches to kind of being able to work very creatively with drum loops. All right, thanks again for all the wonderful questions. And if you learned something new, make sure you hit the like button. Okay, so just see from Michael Teams, Greg question, how do I shrink an editing window if it somehow goes beyond the screen edges? Okay, so let's say if I'm here and I have an edit window, let's say that's really big. All right, so now if it's kind of beyond the edges of it, so what I would do is kind of grab from the top and then like go from like a corner and then just bring it down. Some of the edit windows, you may also just have this little down key here, and that will open it and bring the edit window so you could kind of take it to an independent window, but you also have this function. And I think, you could assign a keyboard shortcut. So I have option shift plus up for that particular function, but you could do that, or just kind of, again, if you start a project that's coming from a smaller resolution, just try to make it small, fit it, and then normalize it again. So drag from one of the corners, and then you should be able to get it smaller to fit on a screen and then resize it appropriately. Okay, so I just see a question. What was that MIDI monitor app for? Is it available in 10.5? Yeah, so the MIDI monitor app, it's been available probably in Cubase since Atari times. But if you come over here, you could just see your MIDI monitor. It's a MIDI plugin, and at this point, whatever controller you hit, it'll just show whatever MIDI information is actually coming in, and you could capture that. So if you hit like a transport, you can see that's a controller. When I hit buttons, if I move knobs on my controllers, I could see exactly what MIDI message is being transmitted directly into Cubase. So I know exactly what MIDI data my controller is spitting out. So just go to your MIDI inserts, and you could just enable your MIDI monitor plugin right there. Okay, just reading through comments. I'm at the part where I lost sound. So again, thanks for everyone for sending a quick message to let me know. Okay, so I just see a question from George Brighter. I need to export tracks from the kit in Groove Agent 5. Okay, so let's say if I open up, do a new project here. Okay, let me just load up one with some patterns. Okay, so let's say I have this particular pattern. And I drag it to my kit here, all right, onto my project window. All right, so let's say now I have this. So if I wanted to export these particular sounds, one way is just to, once you have the sound in, you know, like if you have the MIDI track right there, you could just come and go to render in place. So let's say, okay, I want to render. I can go to my render settings and I'll say, okay, let's do our channel settings. I can mute the source tracks and I'll say render. And this will automatically give me my stereo audio file. So you could do it like that. If you have multiple outputs going on in the particular track as well, all you have to do is come right over here and say, let's go to the instrument, to the mixer. And now if I wanted my kick to go out of out 2, snare out of output 3, hi-hat out 4, let's say toms 5, room 6, overhead 7. So let's say I have that set up. So I have multiple outputs that are going on. And I think if I did this correct, I could go to my render in place and go to render settings. And this time it will just automatically take, you know, our kick and snare and room mics, overhead, and all render them as separate files. So let me know if that's if you need to do something more, George, than that. All right, so we see Douglas joining from Charlottesville, Virginia. Always great to have another Virginian on the live stream. So thanks for joining us. Okay, so just see from George, so just says the only way it worked was to render in place and then export. Is there another way? So those are two ways of doing it. Those are two methods. One other way, if you wanted to just have Groove Agent playing. So let's say if I don't have an event here, I could choose to, let's say as we're playing, and I'll just take off my cycle. So I could right click and add a track, add a group channel to the selected channels. And then I wanted to add an audio track. And let's say I want to add group 1 as its input. And I could monitor enable, and I could just hit record. And now we're sending the audio out of Groove Agent to the group. The output of the group is the input for the audio track, and now it's recording. So there's, 3 or 4 ways of turning that into audio from Groove Agent from the kit. So we have a question. Hi, Greg, from Dave in Inverness, Scotland. Is there a way to have a position showing in bars and beats at the same time as having a time display in minutes and seconds? Thanks. Okay, so let's say if I wanted to come over here. So, we can see bars and beats and seconds directly here. I think if we go to our time display. So let's go to your studio menu, to more options, to time display. So here you could switch, between 2 different formats. So you can say, okay, I want to see in seconds, or I want to see bars and beats here. You could also just, one other method is if you have supervision. So let's say I will go to my control room, and let's go to inserts. So I'll just go to, let's add a new instance of supervision. So here I'll say I want to see time display, and I want it to, let's go to the settings for this. So I want to see beats, and let's add another time display. So I'll come over here, let's divide it. And for the bottom one, I want to see time again. And so I have beats and SMPTE time code. And then you could reposition that kind of as you see fit. So if you wanted to just have that be smaller as well. So that way you can see bars and beats and time, or let's say if you wanted to add SMPTE time code as well on the same time display. So I can come here, let's switch that to time, and let's make this into time code. And beats. So you could just kind of switch between, let's say, samples for that one. So as you play, you can see beats, samples, time code, SMPTE time code. So you can see kind of your different time display options just there using supervision. So another great example of the metering. Okay, just had an email coming, make sure my audio didn't turn off again. So let me know if that works for you, Dave. All right, you see Michael Pierce has made it back in. Okay, so I just see a comment from Jeff Zabelski. I think this was on upgrading his Cubase to Nuendo. let me just find the spot again. Sorry about that. So from Jeff Sabelski says, I think this is jumping up from Nuendo. In his experiences, what I'd lose is the ability to travel with Cubase on my older MacBook Pro that can't upgrade the OS. That was my requirement on whether to replace Cubase or have Nuendo only. So, one of the things you could do if you have an older MacBook Pro, Jeff, is, just simply install an earlier version of Nuendo. So your Nuendo 11 license will, also run Nuendo 8, Nuendo 7, Nuendo 5. So you could just install a previous version. So that's something you could do. Okay, so I have a question. How do you copy an octave with a command, or can we only do it with Alt plus mouse? Okay, so let's come over here quickly. Okay, so I'll just do some. Okay, so, one of the things you could do if so if you hold down Shift, you could do that. And let me see if it's, so in Alt, you can I'm just see if there's a keyboard modifier to copy. So, try one more combination. Okay. So generally Shift is up, but I think if I wanted to copy this, you could use a logical editor. So, one thing you could do if you wanted to copy kind of a whole melodic phrase is as you hold down Alt to copy. So if I move it up first, like let's say I accidentally moved it over. So I'm going to hold down the Alt key. But now if I hold down Alt or Option key to copy, but if I hold down Control, that will constrain the direction. So now I could just say, and if you look at the little text here, the white box, it'll say plus 12. And you could just make an octave copy like that. But we could also do it through the logical editor. So if I want to come over here, let me just, I think we would choose Insert Exclusive and type is equal to note. And we want to take value 1 and we're going to okay, so let me just okay, so what I wanted to do is we're going to take our notes, and then what I want to do to value 1, the pitch, if I do this right, is we're going to add 12. And let me see if this does the trick. So now I'll hit apply. Okay, let me just try insert instead. Okay, yeah, so if you want to do this, we could save this. So we'll say insert, type is equal to notes, and then you can say value 1, which is the pitch of a MIDI note message, and we want to add 12. So as soon as we do this, I'll just say apply, and then we've now doubled that up an octave. So that's how you can do that. I'll save that as a preset because it'll probably come up in a future live stream. So okay. Okay, so just see, so, George Brighter exporting individual tracks from Groove Agent. So, just as we had done previously, let me just come here. I think we can. So say if we have our Groove Agent set up just like we had, and if we have, so let's say, so it's going to kind of follow the path, the audio signal path that's going on. So again, just when you go to Groove Agent here, you want to make sure that you have these outs going to different destinations. And then when you do the render, that will automatically, like as we showed before. So when I go to render in place, and I'll just show you the settings and render in place, and we choose like channel settings. That way they'll each be rendered as independent files, or if you wanted to take that and let's say, okay, we're going to export audio mix down. I think we could do that there as well. So let's do our export audio mix down. And here I'll see my VST instrument channels. So I'll just select, I'll choose multiple. I could select all my instrument channels. Excuse me. And we'll say interleaved. And we could choose to insert, create audio tracks, add it to the queue, start our export, and then they'll all be exported just like that as well. So you could have the kick, snare, let's say your kick, hi-hat, room, overheads. So a couple of different ways of doing that, George. Okay, so we have a question from Ted Springman. Any tips for generating duplicated vocal tracks without phasing issues? Okay. So let's take a look at... Okay, so let's say we have... So I'm just going to right click and I'll just say duplicate tracks. So let's say I have both those vocal tracks going on.
How can I feel you? How can I see you when you're running high from the light?
So it doesn't seem like there's any phasing issues there. But if I wanted to come to this, so let's say as I rewind and I want to knock one of the tracks out of phase from the EQ, so I'll just come over here. So let me know if that works for you, but just select the track and hit duplicate tracks, Ted, and see if that works. Okay, so we have a question. When using the Dolby Atmos renderer in Nuendo 11, what's the difference between objects and beds? So we could think of beds as being more of like, um, I think you could think of beds as being more of like an environment, if you will. So like, maybe the bed might be, it's going to be like towards the front or the rear, and the object is something that could go between the different beds. So I think that's kind of a one way of looking at it. Okay, so I see a nice comment from Douglas saying, thanks, Greg, for the slice insights. So often going from audio slice to MIDI, then into groove, agent drum pads, etc. Every time you explain it again, it sinks in a little more and opens up new ideas for me. So thanks. Yeah, have fun with it. You can do a lot of things with loops. They're very creative. All right, great to see Daryl from Oakland checking in. And once again, just a reminder, we will be doing the Zoom meetup on Tuesday because that's the last live stream of the month. So if you want to email me at clubcubase at steinberg.de, then we could be happy to send an invite. Send a couple out already. So. Okay, so all right, so I just see how to control send level on the channel by MIDI CC from another channel. All right, so let me just see if I could create the scenario here real quick. I think I understand what's going on. Once again, thanks for all the wonderful questions. I see we're at 95 likes. If you haven't hit the like button, if you learned something new, make sure you do that. So we'd like to get 100 before we wrap up, probably a little under an hour. That'd be great. Thanks for all the great discussions. So let's say I have an instrument track here. All right, so let's just say... All right, so say I have some modulation data in there. So, okay, how to control send level on the channel by MIDI CC from another channel. All right, so if I wanted to control the send level, so I'm not sure if you want to take like MIDI CC from this and automatically apply it to the send. So let's say if I add an audio track and I wanted to control this send, so let's say okay, so I think if we even, I'm not sure if you want to do it in real time, but let's see if I could just copy. And then if I just wanted to come here to send level. Okay, so let's see. Try it one more time with it activated. So I know that you could, just come over here like into the quick controls. So let's say, if you wanted this from, if you go to your send level here, that you could now, as soon as you have this turned on, you could use your quick controls to automatically adjust your send level. So I'm not sure if you need to copy like pre-existing MIDI sends or if you wanted to just take MIDI sends to control your CC level, or if you're using MIDI controllers. So if you wanted to just use MIDI controllers, just come over here and go to the studio setup, and you'll see just like the VST quick controls. So if you wanted to just come over here and you could assign your controller to do these. And once you do that, you could just kind of right click in the quick controls for, just about any parameter on the channel and control the send level like that. But let me know if you need it to be like the send level from an existing track to control that. You might be able to do it through like a loop back if you need it to. If you could let me know, that'd be helpful. Thanks for the question. Okay, so we see a question from Jim in Costa Mesa, California. I assume you can render from addictive drums the same way as with Groove Agent. Yeah, so it's the same principle. So you're just using, it's not instrument specific. It's just you need to send it to different outputs, to unique outputs, and then you could just render in place. Okay, I'm just trying to find my spot. Sorry about that. All right, so we have a question. Have you talked about Immerse yet? I would like to write for surround, but also want to hear 3D spatial in my headphones. Do I need Immerse, or can I just write for Dolby Atmos and hear it in phones? So, there is a way that you could set up like a VST ambi decoder in Nuendo so that you could simulate what Dolby Atmos would be in headphones, but obviously it's not going to be the most accurate or ideal solution. Everyone wants to not be able to hang 12 speakers up, and I understand that you don't want to necessarily set up an Atmos mixing room, but doing it solely on headphones isn't going to be a really reliable way of actually kind of doing it, just doing it accurately. So. Okay, so we have a question from Michael Pierce. Is there a way, any way of offsetting the time display? I tend to start work/mix at bar 17 just to leave pre-recording space, but for some reason all clients give comments with time. Okay, so let's say, um, okay, I'll just do a new project here. Okay, so let's say I've started. All right, so let's say I have this, you were starting at measure 17, and we wanted to, let's add a ruler track. Okay, and for this ruler track, I want to see seconds. Okay, so let's say measure 17 falls at, and let me just snap this quickly. Okay, so if we start here at measure 17, but we have our time in seconds, that would be like at 30 some seconds. So let's say 32 seconds. So let's go to our project setup. So let's try just a display bar offset of, and it may take me a setting or two to get this right. All right, so if we set it up like that, we could have, all right, so let me just, let's go to the project setup again. So with those settings, I just set it up for my display bar offset, and that gave us, let me just close this. So if I just type in 17 there, we can have minus 17 bars and start at 0, but I don't think that's what you want, Michael. So let's just come here. Let's say 0. So let's say the project start time, I want to set this for 32 seconds. Okay. All right, I'm going to just start this whole process over again. All right, so let me just drop this at 17, and we want this again to be at 0 seconds. So let's say if I choose no. All right, let me just say yes to that. All right, so let's say we're at 17. All right. Sorry, I just had to get this right combination of so I think if we try this, hit OK, and then say yes. So I'll play around with it, Michael, if you want to send me an email to get kind of the exact procedure for that, but I kind of know what you want to do with that. But I'll try just one more thing. Let's see if we... Okay, so I think this is what we want. Okay, so just go into like your project settings, and then you could set it to like a -17 for bar. And now we could come here and let's do 32-second offset. So now your bar 17 is starting at 0 seconds of time, I think. Nope, doesn't look like it. But yeah, send me an email and I'll work on it for you, Michael. Sorry. All right, so we're doing well in time. Thanks for all the great questions. I see we crossed, we're at 105 likes. Thank you. All right, so I just see from DJ Stamatis 1985 says hello, and then Bro Chord Pad. So so if you could let me know what you want to see with the chord pad, or if you want to see the chord pad. Okay, so I see more discussion on the Groove Agent rendering. It says, thank you, Greg, but I'm talking about export out to a mix engineer. I have the tracks waiting in a project for export. I'll just render and place them, export out. Yeah, that's all you have to do. So you don't even have to export them. So once you've rendered and placed, they'll have their timestamps, and you could give them to the engineer, and it'll be, should be able to just, if you're using a different program for some reason, they could just have it start at its timestamp, because it will be timestamped as well. So you just see a question. Can we assign a shortcut to the MIDI logical editor presets? So yeah, you could do that. Just go to your edit menu, to key commands, and then they'll be under process logical preset. So any of the presets that are that you've created. So let's say I just wanted to come here, like the preset we just made, copy 1 octave up. And at that point, we could just assign a keyboard shortcut to fire off that particular logical editor preset. Okay, so I see from Kevin says, I asked about Helix Native earlier because I've been having issues about the skipping when I make changes in Cubase. Yeah, so Kevin, I know, we talk offline, but you should. I don't have Helix Native on this system, but I do have it on my personal computer, so I could probably help you with that. But you may have to raise your buffer size a little bit and see if that makes a difference for you. Okay, reading through comments. Thanks for all the great questions. And I see just from Glim Music about set time coded cursor for uh, just for this question. So let's say if I come here, so I'm going to set the cursor position to 17. I forgot about this. So set time coded cursor. So let's just come here and say 0, 0, 0. And now hit OK. All right, so I'm gonna say no. So now, thank you for that, for my brain cramp. So say if I look at my ruler track now, so yeah, so if we just come right here, go to the ruler track, and let's look at it in seconds. So right now, we have it set to 0 at measure 17, and you still have your pre-roll. So again, thank you, is Glim Music, for my alleviating my brain cramp. But just do set time code at cursor, and then that starts at 0. So if we look at where it measures 17, you still have all your pre-roll, and then your time code's at 0. So that will match up with your client's notes. Okay. All right. Okay, so I think I may have caught up. So let's go ahead to some of the questions that were emailed in. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. Thanks again, Glim's Music, for reminding me. All right. So let's just jump back. All right, so we had a question. Can you explain the two different panning systems on stereo tracks? Okay. Let's take a look at this. I'll show it on Groove Agent. Okay, so when we have like a stereo source, so let's say if we're, and let's make sure I'm going out the right. All right, let's try a new project here real quick. All right, so let's say I'll just do, all right, we'll try this one. Okay, so dealing with our kind of two different stereo panners. All right, so when we go to our mix console, so once we have kind of a stereo track, you'll see this little drop down menu here. So we could have a combined panner as well as a balanced panner. So the balanced panner, we can play stuff in kind of our left or right channels and vary that. But once we get into kind of our combined panner, here I could have different levels of strength. So if I want it to be narrow but focused in the center, or more to the right, or wider but focused on the right or on the left. So if I just hold down the left mouse button and go up or down, so this way I could have a lot of panning nuances kind of in between. And one thing that's kind of cool about this, if I do this and I keep going up, we could invert the panning. So you could do some kind of cool special effects with that. So say, like in the middle of a song, I just want to so you could just kind of invert panning that way. So again, just to toggle between the two modes, you have the balance. And then if you kind of just click here, the combined panner. So those are the two different modes. All right, so we had a question from Jan from Stockholm. And since she does such a wonderful job with the Cubase index, we're always going to answer Jan's questions. Okay, how do I clean up unused files 100% safely? I think especially when you do a lot of takes and then comp, what do you do when you are happy? I'm very happy and will never want to go back and redo the comp. Should I now render my comp and then delete all the command unused media pool? Is it 100% safe? I do not want to save in trash. I want to get rid of them from the hard drive. Can you show a recommended process? Looks like step by step. So if we've done a number of different comp recordings, so I'll just do new project for this. All right, let me just adjust my... Okay, so let's say I have just a one measure thing. I'm just going to comp, do a couple passes. If I put it into comp mode, let's put it into cycle. Okay, so now I want to do my comp. So I will just open up the lanes. And let me just turn my snap off. So say I want that there. All right, so this is my comp. All right, so one of the things that you could do is just kind of, if you go into audio, you go to, one of the settings that you could have, I think even as a preference under editing, is just to delete overlaps. So as we do your edits here, that could automatically just delete the events that aren't going to be needed. So if there's overlaps, that will automatically delete the ones that aren't being used, but that data is still there. So if I just say, oh, I totally messed up and I need that audio event will still be there. Now going into our media menu, you could choose to, so let's say if I wanted to get rid of all the little bits of audio, we could go into the pool window here and just at this point, we could say, removed unused media. So let's say if I do that, we could choose to remove from pool or just put it in the trash, and also just go to our trash folder. And if we want to now, let's see what happens if we empty the trash. Okay, so I will erase those particular files. So now we only have the little bits, and we see kind of the start and end here. So we can see that just those particular sections are what has been preserved out of the comp. So, we could choose to do that. Another fail-safe way, if you don't want to worry about this, Jan, so is just to go to backup project, and let's say we choose a new folder and choose to minimize audio files. And then when you go to backup, give it a name, you give it the same name. And at that point, when you go to that, will create everything. So once you choose minimize audio files, then only the parts that are being used are copied to the new folder. And that way you could audition it. You still have your original files in the folder that you could delete afterwards. I think that the developers, intentionally tried to make it so that it would be really hard to, to accidentally delete your files, because, I've seen it from, engineers have done it and wish that there was another step that would have prevented that from having to call the client in and pay for a session, or just say, hey, I've lost your song. So they always try to, err very much on the side of caution so that you can always go back. So the safest, easiest way is just to do a save project, or just choose a backup project. And at that point, just, choose to minimize the audio files. And then you could test it, play the project independently, and delete the original project afterwards if you want to. Okay, so we had clarification from Jan's question from Tuesday's live stream. So it says clarification of my question about played mixdown file can give different values of T-peak LUFS in control room compared to calculating values in menu audio statistics. I meant if you play the whole project and note the T-peak, LUFS, etc. values in control room, then immediately create a mixdown file. Can the mixdown file values at any time be different than the noted values from the control room item A compared to those calculated from the menu audio statistics? A colleague of mine claims this happens to him, but it can never happen among other things because I'm a technician and it's never happened to me. Who is right? If values can be different, what can it depend on? Where is it most likely error? So if we have, let's go back to, our project here where we had the jazz piece. And this might be a good example for this. So if I select it and we go to audio statistics, it's going to do an analysis of the levels and, kind of all the information that we'll see, just a quick analysis. All right, so we can see kind of our loudness information here. So we see our maximum momentary loudness. All right, and then we see kind of our, just annoying notifications. All right, and so we can see kind of our information. Okay, don't want Apple News. Sorry about that. All right. Okay, so let's say if we're here and we have our audio statistics again. All right, so I'll just look at my meter for loudness. I think that what you may run into is that, this meter is, basically evolving over time, whereas this is maybe taking more of a static snapshot of your levels. So that could be where the discrepancy is. So this is kind of doing the whole file, whereas this may change if there's if it starts off quiet and then it kicks in to be very loud, that those settings may change, whereas that's going to be kind of more overall level of the whole file as opposed to just what's going on right at that particular moment. But let me know if I'm still misunderstanding, Jan. All right, so we have a question. Hi, I can't use crossfade function because it is grayed out all the time. I think it is a bug or something else. It worked well earlier. Many people seem to complain about this in Steinberg forums. I have Cubase 11. So generally, if I go to my audio and let's say if we just do... see if it's so we see that we'll probably have crossfade grayed out. All right, and a lot of times when crossfade is grayed out is because there aren't two events that overlap or that could be crossfaded together. So now those two events are right next to each other. The crossfade becomes visible. So if I select one event and we go to the audio menu, a lot of times crossfade, so let's say if I just move this event, we go to the audio menu, you may not see crossfade happen all the times depending upon what is currently selected. So just make sure that, if you have two events that are selected, obviously you could just, crossfade between them as expected. But, if, depending on what is selected and the conditions, if there's nothing that could be crossfaded, then the crossfade menu may not show up. All right. So, and this is a kind of a follow up to, a question from, Tuesday's live stream. I have issues with the Slate Digital plugin I've been using for about a year. The problem is that it has disappeared from Plugin Manager and is not in the block list either. The DLL file is where it has to be in the plugins folder, and all my other plugins, it is a VST2 one. I've uninstalled and reinstalled at least 3 times, reboot PC and try installing in another folder, and with no luck, the plugin is not anymore listed. How can I make it visible for Cubase 11? Some months ago, I had the same issue with another plugin from another vendor, but I didn't give much relevance because it wasn't an important plugin for me, but now it happens again. I did not change a thing in my PC. Thanks in advance. So I don't know if this is, this is always kind of a strange issue, but, generally if your plugin is working once, periodically Cubase will kind of do a scan of plugins to make sure that they're all kind of functioning as expected. So sometimes they will do diagnostic tests and some stuff will be put into a block list folder. If you're not seeing it in a block list folder, I don't know if you start Cubase with the preferences disabled out of curiosity to see if that makes a difference. So you try holding down on the Windows platform, Alt, Control, plus Shift, and then right after you double clicked on the Cubase icon to launch the program, or in the Mac platform, Option, Command Shift. And so just double click the Cubase icon, start the program, and then hold those down. And you could temporarily disable the program preferences and see if perhaps that's it. You know, when I've run into this personally, I found that it's going to be perhaps an issue with the plugin. But you could try just starting it from like the safe start mode. You'll have an option to disable third-party plugins. Don't choose that. Just you want to choose to temporarily disable program preferences and see if that makes a difference. But you may have to contact Slate, you know, because I had issues with some of their plugins on my personal computer. And I'll just leave it at that. Okay, so we had a question that was kind of sent in about using a K-Oscillator Pro to Cubase to try to play it over CC controls. The thing is that the K-Oscillator is only controlled by a 2D pad over CC controls and no note or velocity. That makes it very difficult to find the exact note height on the K-Oscillator pad. That's why I'm trying to convert the keyboard note to a CC command. Sorry, let me... Sorry, my screen got... Just have weird notices popping up on me. Sorry. Let me just see if I close this out on my end that you can't see. Sorry, just had something pop up on my computer that I'm reading from. All right, so okay. So that's why I'm trying to convert the keyboard note to a CC command. I found the plugin Note Mapper, which is doing what I was looking for, but I wonder if this also works via Cubase. So here's what Note Mapper is doing below. Below, I was adding events in the pencil tool in Cubase on the right side. Inside Note Mapper, you can see how it works in the plugin. I'm recording a keyboard note via Cubase. Nothing is being transported to the K-Oscillator, but if I play it through Note Mapper, transform the note height into a different CC12 values and turn CC92 at the start of the event. Afterwards, off it works. Hope you understand what I mean. So let's see if we could, through the input transformer, turn a MIDI note message into a CC. So let me see if we could do this. And I'm not familiar with Note Mapper, but I could take a look at it. But let's take a look at see if we could maybe replicate this behavior with the input transformer. So I want to transform type is equal to MIDI notes into type, let's say set to a controller, and let's say I want this value of this controller to be let's say mirror. Okay, so let's say I want this to set to a fixed value of, let's say, controller 1. Okay, so let's see if I go to my MIDI inserts now, and we go to my MIDI monitor. All right, so as I hit an F3 here, so let's say I hit an F note, I may have transposed. You can see that as I hit MIDI note messages, that it's actually transmitting my MIDI controllers. So I'll go ahead and just try recording some notes with this. I'll just mute this and we'll see what happens when I play. And let's look at what's in the part. So here I just played MIDI notes and that turned that data into MIDI CC. So try going to the logical editor and then set it to local. And you could do this for 4 stages, but here I just took MIDI notes and I set it to controller 1. So as I played a MIDI note message, that it would just simply set the MIDI control. So obviously you could change it for the appropriate MIDI control that the K oscillator is doing. I'll read through it with a little more detail and do some more research on the note mapper, but I think you might be able to accomplish this using the input transformer. All right. Okay, so we had a quantization question. If a 4/4 kick track has occasional 8th or 16th note triplets, can they be quantized all in one shot, or a 4/4 track with a 5/4 here and there? So, they can all be quantized in one shot, but you want to use kind of the smallest value. So let's say if I switch this over to like a drum editor quickly, and then I just had, let's say, okay, I'm doing kick here. So, and let's say I do half, then quarter, and then let's say 16th notes. So if I choose to quantize, if I choose to quantize whatever value I have for my quantize, so if I have this set to 16th notes as my value and I hit Q, all of my notes will be quantized appropriately. But if I set it to the smallest rhythmic value, now you can see that doing it to 16th notes didn't necessarily affect, my quarter notes and 8th notes and whole notes. But if I set this to quarter notes and hit Q, we can see that all of my 16th notes can now be kind of quantized, based upon the actual quantized value. So just use the lowest, the smallest rhythmic value that you're working with. Use that as a quantized value, or just do spot kind of corrections as well. All right, and we had someone had emailed in a voiceover file, like, just a minute or two before the last live stream, so I didn't see the email until after we started. So, and they just wanted to see like what could be done to their particular voiceover file. So let's take a listen to that. All right, just let me find Hangouts. So I believe it was from Peter Lawson. So let's go ahead and just take a listen to, this is the voiceover file that was kind of mailed in. And I'll make sure I don't have any processing on. So say we'll have.
When it comes to marketing your business, how do you know where to start? What you need is a team of experts who are results-driven professionals with the latest insight on taking your brand to the next level. Just leave everything to us. We have you covered. Triple Concept Creative Agency, the factory of ideas.
All right, so sorry, I may have the drum loop. All right, so when we listen to that, to me, the first thing I would say is that there's too much low-end information. There's a little bit of, it sounds like there's a little bit of reverb processing that I would probably take off for intelligibility reasons.
Your business. How do you know
so I would probably come over here and just put on
is a team of experts who are
like an
results driven,
EQ, like to roll off the low
with the
end.
latest insight on taking your
So
brand
let's say we'll
to
just
the next level. Just leave everything to us. We have you covered.
so if
Triple
you want
Concept
kind of that
Creative
immediacy
Agency,
of the low
the
end, see when it's,
factory of
I think that's
ideas.
too much low end for voiceover. Also, when I
It is
listen to
very
it,
easy to lose focus when it comes
you
to
know, so just
marketing
doing
your
like a little high
business.
cut, low cut, but I would
How do you know
also
where to
just
start?
do
What you
de-essing on it.
need is a team of experts who are results
So
driven,
this is how it was
professionals
actually. So
with
if
the
we go to my
latest insight on
EQ,
taking your brand to the next level. Just leave everything to us. We have you covered.
so I would use
Triple
like the
Concept
EQ to roll
Creative
off low
Agency,
end and maybe a
the
touch of high
factory
end
of
and go on a
ideas.
channel strip. If you listen to the sibilances, those
It is
frequencies,
very easy to lose focus
and I
when
would
it
just
comes to
use the
marketing
built-in
your business.
de-esser.
How do you know where to start? What you need is a team of experts.
So, and you know, if you can try to make it dry, and this is just kind of, I just pulled up like another example of someone that had a voiceover file from a jingle that someone had provided me in a project once. And this guy does like voiceover, he does a lot of voiceover work, projects, you know, not only for commercials and TV shows, but a lot of Hollywood films as well, even though he's kind of in Richmond, Virginia. But
What if you didn't have taxes to pay? Just think of the things you could do in a day. The money you'd have to spend as you just to make money without paying dues.
so you can still kind of hear that very kind of immediacy of the Neumann mic, but it's not like really harsh.
What if you didn't have
It's still
taxes
kind of
to
like
pay?
up in front of your
To
face.
marketing your business. How do you know where
So with
to
that,
start?
you know, I would,
What you need
again,
is a team of experts
like where you were
who are
originally,
results driven, professionals with the latest insight on taking your brand to
and
the
then
next
everyone wants
level.
kind of the deep radio
Just
voice, but
leave
I think that's could be a
everything to
little too
us.
much. And I think that
We
the
have
sibilance
you
is a
covered.
little too
Triple
heavy-handed
Concept
for me that I would
Creative
just
Agency.
control.
The factory.
So that's what I would do to a voiceover file that someone had provided like that. All right, let's go back to our live questions, see if we have more questions before we wrap up. But once again, we will be doing the Zoom meetup next week. So hopefully everyone can make it on Tuesday. Look forward to seeing everyone. All right, so I see that Gareth has met Tangerine Dream. Just have to go back just as I scroll through comments. So yeah, I'm good friends with Paul Hasslinger. All right, let me just. Okay, let's just go back. Some questions. All right. Okay, reading through, see if we get a couple more questions before we wrap up for the week here. All right, just reading through comments. So that's a great discussion. Thanks for wonderful questions that people have had in discussion. All right, just reading through comments. All right, so we see I see Al I is a Schubert fan, and Smetna from Fred Robinson. I like scenes from the Modal. All right, going through comments. So we see a question from Sable Winters, what's happening on July 10th? So I think that's the day for the next Spectral Layers live stream. All right, so just see, is there a way to reduce frequencies with a double duplicated track? So, probably what I would do if you're just reducing frequencies on a duplicated track is just using EQ. So let's say if you just duplicated a particular track, I would, if you wanted to, take frequencies, so reduce frequencies and just simply apply that with EQ. All right, so with that, we're going to wrap up because we just want to make sure we don't exceed 4 hours. We'll see everyone on Tuesday, and hopefully send an email for the Zoom invite, and we'll see everyone on Tuesday. Have a great, wonderful weekend, and thanks for a great live stream. Thank you.